Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, September the 11th. My name is Barry Emerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, yeah, look at Peloton. So it's interesting because I always like to phrase it like this. The bets were being placed yesterday. Look at this big red candle for Peloton, PTON. And they released earnings after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Released earnings after hours, and it is continued in the pre-market. So huge gap up, 11%, $9 to almost $10 right now. Huge volume, 2.5 million shares already have traded. And the all-time high was just under 100, around 98.80 it looks like. It looks like that'll be challenged today. But I always find it interesting to see what sort of bets were being placed before earnings. And evidently, people thought that it wasn't going to be a blowout, but they have been. So let's take a look at some of the other ones today. This one just popped in as I was ready to open the room. TAOP. Huge pop for it, up 45%. Looks like they've some kind of fundraising, $2 million they've raised. And that's TAOP. Not shortable for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. This looks like one of those ones that could just fizzle once the market opens. But anyway, there is the big gap. IPOB, another one of those SPACs. I don't know who they're after, but well, you know what? Now it's starting to give it up. It's a problem, you know. I start doing my pre-market work, and I see this gap up, put it in the list, and then later on, I mean, it's almost going back to a flat. But at one point, this was up to 14.20, so it's dropped quite a bit from the pre-market high. IPOB, ITCI. It was a high flyer, of course, the last couple of days. So this is down. They've announced the financing at $30. VBLT, a little drug play. Or pharma play. VBLP, still, it's only up 18 cents. You look at this looks like it's just going to fizzle once it opens. $1.67 was the high. It's starting to drift down, VBLT. DPHC, another one of the SPACs, DPHC. Yeah, there's another one that is kind of pulling back a little bit, but it is still up almost 5%. So Kodak won't go away. KODK will not go away. Kodak. But again, another one that is just kind of drifting down. It had a big pop after hours. Some fund says they've raised their stake to 15%. And that's for KODK. And KLA still has a lot of downward pressure, though I did see that it was trying to pop in KLA from that Hindenburg expose a couple of days ago. I know they're trying to defend the company, but so far it's not working. I saw this was down also. I don't know what, I didn't see any specific news on it, unless it's the financing. I can't see any specific news. NLOK. Big volume too. Look at that, 1 million shares have traded already. Gene, Gene, Gene. Yeah, there's another one starting to drift down. I mean, it's still up 15%. Huge volume, 5 million shares. They did have some news about their drug. EVFM was gapping down, is still gapping down 13%. Another one, big volume pre-market. Okay, slumps after CEO sells shares. So that is, I guess, the reason why EVFM is down. I don't know how many shares he sold, but This is a little, well, not a little. Kroger's a certainly a name company, but is an earnings play. But you know, again, when I saw it pre-market, it was up to 36.75. It has pulled back a lot now. This is Kroger, KR, so it is an earnings play. Excuse me, released earnings pre-market. You know, keep an eye on NLS, piggybacking on Peloton, Nautilus. So the high yesterday was almost 17. BFRA. Again, has this been pulling back? Yeah. So this got up to 1142. Actually, it's a big pullback now. Some kind of a mediation agreement has been reached. Really? I thought it said an increase to 15%. Let me read that again then. That's not what I read. No, I mean, not that I'm going to pile into Kodak, but it says here Southeastern Asset Management raises stake to 15.8%. That's what I see. That's what I see here. I didn't read the full article, but PLAB, P-L-A-B. I think this is the only reason this is up. And it's a pretty good gap, guys. I mean, look at this. It's over $9. A nice gap. Taking these 3 days out. I believe it's up because of an analyst stifle $13 target. SPRO, S-P-R-O, another one of those high flyers from a few days ago. They're doing a financing also at $10. Here's a big gap up for big, well-known company, of course, Oracle, on an all-time high. Earnings play, Oracle. Look at this gap up for Oracle. Holy mackerel. Look at this. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, okay, that's in February. Okay. So they obviously dropped it and then they've raised it. Okay. MNRL. Another financing, I believe. MNRL has gapped down. Pretty good volume. The financing is $8.20, so it's basically sitting at the financing level. And let's see what STSA is doing today. I think it's a little bit down. Yeah, it's down. Of course, this was the one that got clobbered yesterday, but a lot of you were able to play the bounce. Had a huge bounce also, and then of course it faded at the end of the day. And it is shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm looking to short it, but it was not shortable. Shortable in the pre-market, just like today. And then once the market opened, I guess the shorts just absolutely piled into it, and there were no shorts available for most of the day, but there are now shorts available. Okay, that's about it for the ones that I saw in the pre-market. I'm sure there are others, but those are the ones that kind of caught my eye. That Peloton is certainly interesting, PTON. All right, I'm going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, just like yesterday, there are quite a few more upgrades than there are downgrades. Just trying to see if there are any multiple upgrades. Multiple meaning that on the same stock by different analysts. I don't see any. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I've got the downgrades in now. I love it. STSA is getting a downgrade. Bunch of downgrades actually. STSA getting 3 downgrades that I see. Where were you when it was up at whatever it was, up at $23? All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Give me one moment, please. All right, so again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating these 3 windows, if you want to follow them today, you will have to go to the toolbar, click on New, and Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Remember, I know I have to say this every day, but it's important. Everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you click on anything in the channel bar, including my watch list, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you've taken a lot of time to create a layout that you love and you haven't saved it to the cloud, haven't saved it, then your layout will disappear forever. So don't do that, all right? So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything in this channel bar. And as always, I will be connecting to the simulator. I'll be demonstrating that a little bit later. The Brokerage Plus simulator, so you can paper trade, real-time paper trading using our real-time data. Before you commit money to the market, if you're a new trader, please, you must practice trading first. No, I didn't trade anything. I actually had to take off, so I didn't do anything once I traded or left the room. And let's see, what are some of these pre-market movers doing now? Gene, yeah, it's just kind of fading a little bit. John, didn't you ask this yesterday? I mean, I can only give you the same link. You're going to have to log in every day. Just maybe just save this link or something. I mean, there it is, the free trading room right underneath. I just posted it. How can you tell if it's shortable? You just have to hover underneath the order entry. If you have Trade Idea, if you have Interactive Brokers, you'll see just underneath the order entry, it says shortable. And if it's a big green dot, you know it's shortable. If it's a faded green dot, you know what they'll try to do is maybe locate shares for you. And if it's a big red dot, it is not shortable. And then if you hover over it still, if it is shortable, you'll see how many shares there are. Yeah, just save that link, John. Okay. I mean, everybody. I have to do the same thing. I have to go into the. I go into our homepage. I click on Trading Room, and then I enter Trading Room. So it's not like there's anything that I'm doing that you guys don't have to do. All right, TAOP. Now this could get still wild. I mean, this is a very low float, 4.3 million in the float, a huge amount of volume. This will trade the float over several times a day. It's already traded over half the float already in the pre-market. It's pulling back a little bit. I mean, I mean the news. It looks like they've secured $2 million in funding, something like that, I believe. $2 million from a recent financing. So that is their big news. But I mean, look at the gap. It's popped way over the 200-day moving average now. Look at that weekly chart. Look how much room it has. Again, I'm not saying it's going to, I have no idea where it's going to go, but this could be really wild today just because of the float. And a reverse split a month ago, yeah. As Torps is pointing out. Boy, there's still downward pressure on NKLA. NKLA mulls legal action against short seller. We have nothing to hide. Well, so far the market doesn't believe them. We'll have to see. Again, the market, the only thing that cares right now is what the market is saying. And the market is saying, well, we don't quite believe you. We've seen this before. Not with NKLA, but we've seen other companies come out and try to defend themselves against these some of these short selling reports. But we'll have to see. But it's got to be devastating for anybody who was up here at $54. Is it Friday? Yeah, here's another earnings play, guys. You didn't notice this one. Play. Another earnings play. Nothing really happening. Down 17 cents. But there is some downward pressure. Look at all these topping tails on the daily chart. There's downward pressure for sure. Remember what these signify. The buyers had this stock up to this price and then the sellers knocked it down, closed it down. Same thing happened yesterday. Of course, the market was down yesterday. But also, that is not the 200-day, that's the 10-day. Well, let's see what happens once play opens. Well, they make no bones about it, though. It's not like they hide the fact that they're short. But they're not all right. They're not always right. Citron's been wrong a lot of times. But if you ever take the time to read some of these reports, I mean, they look like they're, PhDs doing the research. I mean, they really, really dive into the financials and... I mean, a lot of them, I didn't read the Hindenburg report, but I have read some of the Street Sweeper stuff and Citron. And I mean, they really do dive into this stuff. It looks all very believable. All right, the market is going to open in less than 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is shut this down. Just Just trying to see if there's anything else that is popped in here. Fred is talking about AGEN. It is on my watch list. Little gap up, not huge. Decent volume for the pre-market. There's a little gap up, guys. There, I don't know how much volume. Let me just check this one. Volume's okay. Pre-market volume. Let's see if it can get over 20. This is that IPO from here, the Tesla of China, as it has been called, and that is XPEV. Meanwhile, what is the SPY doing? SPY, you know, was up this morning, so it's up. Yep. It's quite the day yesterday. Remember, it was up a little bit, and then look at the end of the day. Look at the sell-off at the end of the day for the SPY. All right, BFRA is trying to come back a little bit here. It's a relatively low float, 22 million in the float, a lot of volume so far. Some kind of a mediation agreement has been reached. Did hit 1140 in the pre-market. Gene is starting to sink now. It is underneath 4. Big volume. So it's traded the float, 4.77 million in the float. It's already traded 5.4 million. All right, this just is just popping into my gap down is triple IV, I3 verticals. What is it doing? It's just down 4%, so it's not down a huge amount. All right, the market is, no, it's still a minute and a half or so, a minute and 15 seconds before the open. Oh, that's what it is, 23.50. Okay, thank you. So let's see how, if it drifts down to that 23.50 level. All right, guys, I'm going to shut these two down and wait for the open. Another 15 seconds or so before the open. Close off of this week, short week. One moment, please. All right, we are now open. A lot of downward pressure on Oxy, like a lot of the energy plays yesterday. I mean, look at Oxy right here, guys. I mean, this is all, I believe this is going to be an all-time low. At the low is $9, so it's a little bit above the all-time low. But wow, there's a lot of downward pressure on energy yesterday, all day. All right, so here's Dave and Buster's. Look at that big candle down, now the big candle up. This is an earnings play, PLAY. Morning reel, because you're off your iPad. So this one was up. HOLX was up on forecasted revenues. This is not an earnings play. It was just forecasted revenues. HOLX. Yeah, I see what you're seeing. I know it's over the. Let's see. I'm trying to see if on your scan if it's appearing yet. Yeah, LAUR. Just don't like to take them so early. I usually sit out the first 15 minutes. But things kind of settle down a little bit. Yeah, here comes the fade now for TAOP. This is not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Kroger started to fade. This was what I called a gap up, earnings gap up, but it started to fade as the market opened. And you're right, it is starting to fade a lot now. Yeah, look at the pop up for AGEN, Fred. Yes. Now, what sort of room does this one have? On that monthly chart, looking left, 619. So it's above yesterday's high now. Guys, look at tech. Tech was very interesting yesterday. No, I'm sorry. Why isn't it changed? There we go. Look at tech right here, guys. Brad, I don't have that. I should have it. I don't have it. If you go to info at trade-ideas.com and ask for it, I think there's a PDF. I know Mighty Mouse all it does is looking for stocks under $5. Specifically, I know that one. Okay, and request it. Nice, Fred, on the AGEN, AGEN so far. Lots of volume coming in. Okay, tech, big float, $500 million in the float. Well, this one is still ripping here. DPHC, guys, all-time high now for this SPAC. DPHC. All right, I'm keeping an eye on this Nautilus. Yesterday's or today's low has been 1482 or so, 1480 or so. Let's see if 15 can hold or if it's going to break down. Boy, tech on the move here. No, you wouldn't think so, real. It's coming into looking left, 1288 on the daily chart is the next high looking left. That's on the weekly chart, the same. You wouldn't think it could. I don't know what exactly is causing this big. Tech says Fort Hills partners to restart second. So I guess they're restarting something. Provides update on the Fort Hills production. Wonder if an earthquake hit that. Another mover right now, CODX. Okay, now guys, this could be interesting. So yesterday's high was 1272, getting close to yesterday's high. Takes yesterday's high out, and you know it's got some room to that 15 level. This is not shortable either for me anyway. CODX. Wow, look at this. CODX. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Fred in the YouTube feed is talking about Clovis, CLVS. Well, tech is now challenging that week high, 1290. What is it exactly? It is 1288. So it's very close to that week high. Now, my guess is Oracle is fading too. Another earnings play. Yeah, I just don't trade that price range, but yeah, this looks like, especially if the market continues down a little bit. So again, I'm not a big fan of the early alerts from the AI. And do you see we have a couple? Okay, tech appears to be stalling at this high area. Again, it's still strong. Well, guys, I mean, it's getting close to that level right here, 1288. All right, tech starting to fade just a little bit. FMCI, guys, again, over 25, FMCI. It's rocky. It's a tough intraday trader. There's another one flying right now, OSUR. NKLA is getting killed. Look at this, another $3 from the, that was almost a low in the pre-market. It's down $3 from there. All right, guys, play now. Underneath the whole number, it's an earnings play, no pun intended. It had a bit of a gap or a bit of a pop when the market opened. By the way, just in case you're wondering, nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 9:45. Tech is weakening here a little bit. Tech is weakening a little bit. At 1288 could not get through it so far. Oh sure, OSUR. Look at this one, and it's coming into maybe some resistance around the 12 mark. OSUR. No, Kodak's on a mission here. Not shortable for me. Look at the volume that's coming in. Relatively low float. Play looks weak. There's next support area might be around 1620 or so. The lows of these two candles right there on the daily chart. And the market is starting to fade. Well, this is just this is severe rippage here now. As I said, the next areas for Codex CODX could be around the 15 mark right there. Play is still weakening a little bit here. All right, we're almost through that first 15 minutes. Okay, as somewhat predicted, the tech could not get through. I mean, it's amazing how this works. So what did it get to? Got to 1284, and there was that high that we were looking at, 1288. Excuse me, Sun Power, SPWR, a little gap here, or a little pop here, not a gap, but a little pop here. All right, play on the way down now, guys. It looks like it was testing this level a couple of times, but it looks like it wants to really give it up a bit anyway. There's the support area down around 1620. Play continues down a little bit more. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. No, a lot of shorts actually. It's surprised TOS. 1.3 million shorts available for play. Well, it looks like some of the solars are taking pops here. SPWR, real mention JKS. Pops in the solars. Boy, nothing's stopping CODX yet. There was a little pause here, but CODX is just ripping here. Yeah, I'm watching definitely BFRA is starting to, yeah, BFRA coming off the 10 mark now, BFRA. Lots of volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. It's a low float, 21 million in the float. This will probably trade the float today. It's already traded almost 10 million. Not yet, Bill. You'll notice here we've got a calendar function. You don't have it yet. This is don't look for it. So that is going to be added. I don't know what build. I mean, I'm on a development version. That's why I can see it here. But that is the next. So the next update or upgrade to Trade Ideas will hopefully include this calendar feature. Okay. All right, let's take a look at BFRA. Remember, it hit in the pre-market, it hit 1140. It's a relatively low float. Look at the volume, 10 million. As I said, this will trade the float probably easily today. And if some kind of is this the one that mediation agreement? Yeah, some kind of a mediation agreement. Well, this could be coming into some resistance pretty soon here, around $12 for OSUR. This becomes a fade candidate. And we have a halt. So I don't know what this is all about. CRTD is, I refuse to believe it's an IPO, but this just got halted, it appears, or resumed, sorry. Unless it is an IPO, or a symbol name change or something like that, CRTD. It shows up as a resumed in our Halts resumed. Okay, so we're getting some in my watch list now. Now be careful on this one, BFRA. You know, it's pretty whippy. Uplisting, thank you. All right, BFRA from that 1025 alert. What is the spread right now on that? It's not terrible. 2 cents, 3 cents, 5 cents. but it is still choppy, very, very choppy. Again, this becomes a fade candidate, this OSUR, the closer it gets to 12. You see some resistance right around here, OSUR. A little disappointed in the XPAV. I thought maybe today it might not do this. I thought maybe, what's a challenge, it would challenge 20. Tried in the pre-market, but it is still not willing to stop this chop. Yeah, I do see it. I do see the FMCI. It's, again, this is one of those ones that's very difficult, in my opinion anyway, to intraday trade. I have done it, but it is a difficult intraday trader. You either have to believe, this is one of those SPACs that tattooed chef is going to happen and it's going to be awesome. What TI screen am I showing? Well, I'm showing several. I mean, I have the basic new highs and lows. Are you a subscriber, VN? There you go. Thank you, Chris. Are you okay? So all of it, when you logged into the YouTube feed, there are a lot of links. You may have seen them. Those are all the scans that I'm sharing. Oh, welcome. All the scans that I am sharing. You should have seen a lot of links. Okay, so you can pick and choose which ones you want. So what you're seeing here, I've got my basic new highs and lows. Okay. The only thing you can't see from those links, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you have to click it from the toolbar. Click on new, and then channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. But remember, everything in this channel bar is a layout. So before you click on my watch list or any other channels, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, well, BFRA, not bad from that alert. A little bit, choppy. 1025 on the alert. Down, and play continues down. All right, well, this one that starts with the letter S from the AI could be interesting. It has a lot of room on that daily chart. Play continues down a little bit here. If you took this short, just be aware, I mean, this is the area I was looking at that it might stall, 1620 or so, okay, for the play. Market is starting to drift down. We're barely positive in the SPY. Tech is starting to give it up. Well, look at XPEV. I almost feel like shorting this now. There's the low yesterday, 1830. Okay, the old coach, Tapestry, TPR. Now put this on the watch list in case it can break over 16, okay? I mean, obviously you can just look at the weekly chart here and you can see there's a high of around 1616 and then a high of 1595, which is almost that. So I put this on the watch list just in case it can take this out here. And if it does, then it has a chance, you know, to get into this area. So that's why it's on the watch list. I would not be taking it right now. I'm going to put an alert at 1614 and see if it can take that out. I mean, it's only up 12 cents, so it's not like it's up a lot right now. Eric, well, you kind of know how I do my price alert, so it's a good clue, yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, guys. If you took that, I did not take the BFRA, but if you took it, I mean, listen, it was okay, 1025. I don't know how close you could have got to the 1025. It did get up to 1070, but it is now pulled right back. So I was saying you have to be careful on something like this. It is very, very whippy. You can just see the topping tails, bottoming tails. Boy, XPEF is just absolutely getting crushed here now. It's almost like there's some news. All right, well, after that little pullback at the beginning, LAUR, of course, education stock, it held the 200-day moving average, 1350.49. It held it. And look at it go now. You know, Wild Move is right. Look at the volume that is coming into LAUR. I mean, look at the gap. And if it settles down at all, of course, William is looking to short it. I always find it a little more dangerous to try to, try to pick a top on these when there's still a huge gap to potentially be filled. It'd be a lot better if you had a lot of resistance close by. Okay, guys. Again, if you're short this play, this is the big area right here. I don't know if there's any news exactly, but You're asking, is there any news? I don't know if there's any news that came out. Another little one. Look at this little one, CKPT. You would think, well, that's still got 50 cents or so to get to this resistance area in the monthly chart. Trill on offering. Yeah, price is at a $13, so it's sitting right on that offering price. Yeah, I wish this had been shortable. TAOP. I looked at that news and thought, well, okay. So this is, would surprise me is it went negative. It's sitting now right on top of the 200-day moving average, 299. Just not shortable for me. Well, it's one of the reasons typically, William, I don't like to trade in the first 15. Just through my experience is that, yeah, I can take a trade that looks really good right off the bat. It doesn't work, do another one, doesn't work, and all of a sudden it kind of ruins my psyche for the day. So I usually do not take anything in the first 15 minutes. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but just to try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, guys, again, moment of truth right now for play. Why not put an alert underneath it and see if it takes it out. Yeah, look what it did. So it had the bounce, a little bit of a bounce now for play. All right, Atra. Now, what is this? Let's see. We've got the next high looking left is around just over 16 for Atra. I mean, you can see if it takes that out. I mean, that's a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, I guess, for Atra, ATRA. If it can take that out, then it's got a shot to get into this void area. Yeah, that's the one we were watching yesterday. Is it over 3 again? Yeah, it's got to. I mean, yeah, in fact, I think I got rid of my price alert. So yeah, I'll put my price alert again at 311 for MEIP. Earnings play yesterday. Well, it's not a low float, but let's see if it can take that out. If it can take it out, it has some room to run maybe to the 370. All right, guys. Well, TPR is getting close here. 1612 is the high of 4 weeks ago for TPR. If it takes that out, it's got decent volume. It's a big float, 274 million in the float, so it is a big float. But if it can take that out, it might have a chance to sort of run into this area here, TPR. I don't know, Aussie girl, I don't know what symbol you're talking about. Stash. This is definitely struggling trying to get through 16, the ATRA. It's a bit of a struggle. Keep an eye on this ATRA. I mean, it is now, it's challenging 16. There it is. I mean, it's challenging 16. There's that high right there, 16. I mean, it takes it out. I know it looks like this should be shortable, but Wendy's on the way down here. Wendy's, W-E-N. Next low, looking left, is 21.23. It's right there. It is right there, right on top of it. Yeah, Fred is talking. I know somebody mentioned this one before. LPTH. This is an earnings play. Little guy, LPTH. All right, guys, keep an eye on the ATRA. I mean, it looks like it's obviously struggling to get through that whole number of 16. We'll see what happens right there. If it does drop, you know, it has a shot to get down to that 1540 area. Yeah, play still looks weak, guys. I have taken some out, but play still looks weak. Again, testing that those lows right here again. You know, it takes it out for the second time. I mean, this if it gets down through 16, I mean, then the next area is 15. All right, guys, I may be dumping my Atra short. It depends. I'm just waiting to see if it gets into the 90s. Okay, I'm out of it. I'm going to look at reshorting it. See if it can not get through 16. It tried right there. Let's just see if it can get down, maybe down to around the 1580 mark again. Maybe I'll reshort it. That's the ATRA. Oh yeah, level, every broker you can have level 2 if you want. I don't look at level 2 really. I look at time and sales. I know people are going to say it's the same thing. I just look at time and sales. I want to see how rapidly a stock is trading, more than checking the levels, the bid and ask levels. Yeah, Warrior Met Coal. Again, I like the ones that are coming into some sort of resistance. I know you're looking at the standard deviations and all, but I also like the ones that are coming into that little bit of a resistance area. Which is why I kind of like the ATRA. I looked at that monthly chart. I saw 16. I thought, okay, could stall there. I mean, it could still stall at 16. I'm just going to kind of wait on it. But if it takes out 16, I mean, then it's got, looking left on that monthly chart at 1930. Boy, this has been a star DPHC. All-time high now for DPHC. Yeah, tech is still strong. I mean, yeah, it had a little pullback, but it is still strong. It did not really collapse. I did not take that short. Now, it might be getting closer. Let me just put an alert at 13 and see if it gets up to 13. But it's right at last month's high, 1288. It's literally right there. Well, I'm glad I covered my ATRA. Now this looks like it wants to run. ATRA. I have an alert set for TPR at looks like 1614. Yeah, we're right there. 1612, maybe 1612. Somebody asked me how do I feel about Wilhelmina. I don't think I know this one at all. Is this one of those fashion okay. Well, it's sort of interesting, I guess. It's a nice pop. It's a super low float, just no volume. I mean, it's just really no volume, so it's hard to for me to commit to. It depends what you're asking about. Are you asking for a longer term play? I mean, it's got maybe doesn't have to me a lot of room. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 4. And as an intraday play, I just can't take. I can't even look at it. 44,000 shares. So here's another one. So AQST, well, it still has a ways to go. There was $10 on that monthly chart. Of course, now it's above yesterday's high. All right, guys, I know we're having fun, but I mean, let's try to keep it a little bit professional here with the names, okay? Wow, look at this. What an ugly looking weekly chart for Zyme. All right, market's putting in a little bit of a rally here, guys. A little bit of a rally after the first half hour. All right. Well, this one just got halted. Okay, WHLM. I was just commenting on it. Somebody asked me in the YouTube feed what I thought, what I think about it. It just got halted. The volume is picked up. It just doubled the volume right here, basically, and it just got halted. WHLM. I still think there's a lot of resistance. Well, I mean, it's right at a resistance area. There's the 200-day above it also. If there's any news. All right, guys, listen. If this ATRA holds, I'm going to take this long. 16. I will probably take this one long if this ATRA holds this area. Because we've definitely got some runners today. OSUR, another one that is running. Okay, guys, ATRA. I know you meant to say NKLA, William. You're all excited here. All right, guys, look at, okay, this one we were watching yesterday, MEIP. It's right at this resistance area. Okay, there's Tapestry, TPR. Things are starting to heat up a little bit here. Tapestry, TPR. Wow, OSUR, big challenge now at 12. Last week's high was 1191, so it's above last week's high now. OSUR has some room, more room. All right, FMCI, it's doing its thing again. Here's the high of yesterday, 25.75. Oops. Well, I almost got into this one on that break here, and then it started to drift down, so I was going to wait and see if it held, and it is not holding. So now, maybe now it's going to be the short that I wanted before, ATRA. All right, guys. Well, it was a challenge, this one, but it's amazing how this works. I was so close to taking this one right around 1620. And then it just started to drift a little bit, so I decided, okay, I'm going to wait a little bit. And then the minute it got underneath 16 again, all right, everybody, it is now 10:30, a fast morning as always. So if you're new to the trading room, welcome to the trading room. This is the format Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, live in the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. Click on the Scans tab right here. You'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. You click on that, and scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You'll see all the scans there also. All you have to do is copy the link. See something you might like, copy the link, and file, load from cloud, and it'll show up here. And also, you can download the links, a lot of good links there, education links. Again, that'll go to a Word document. I'm just going to pop this into the rooms here. All right, so there is the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on my homepage link, there it is again. So get trade ideas. So let's just do that, get trade ideas, and I'll show you how much trade ideas costs. We have 4 plans, a premium annual and a standard annual. The premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. All right. Well, that's persistence, guys. That's sometimes it's, you know, patience. I took a loss on the first one. Almost got in on the long, and then reshorted, and now it's really working well. That's the Atra. Okay, so the premium and the standard. So the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference between the premium and the standard is the AI, and that's the reason if you want to get the premium service is because you want to have access to our AI, which I'll go over. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always start off with it, or you can have a monthly plan. Standard monthly is $118 a month, less the 15%, or $228 for the premium, less the 15%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month. If you do decide you want to upgrade from monthly to annual or standard premium, we'll honor the promo code of 15%. Other links, my homepage, Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap, usually around 1:05 to 1:15 every day. It's a video, kind of a summation of what's happened in the trading room up to that point. All the webinars, you can sign up for all the webinars here. I'm going to put this link also on its own. The 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're a new subscriber, please, I really encourage you to read these lessons. They're very quick. Shows you how to do a lot of, you know, what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, etc., etc. Okay, so, and even if you're not a subscriber, at least you'll be able to see what are the basic features that you can get with Trade Ideas. The other link, this is a more expanded education link. A lot of the links are the same, but if you go down to the bottom here, first of all, the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all, and they're all archived. And the education videos, more education videos. Now, this is education on how to use our product. This is not teaching you how to trade the market. I do want to put that link in. Just give me a second here. Just give me a moment here, please. The difference between the blue and tan line, where? What blue and what blue and tan lines are you talking about? I do not have a 100-day moving average at all. So I don't know what blue lines you're talking. I mean, if you're talking about that blue line there, that's just a price alert. Somebody's asking me a question in the YouTube feed. But if it's just looking to see, I can't even see one on here. Well, that green line down there is a 200-day moving average. So I don't know what blue and tan lines you're talking about. The blue, again, if you see a blue line like that, that's just a price alert. Yeah, okay, guys. Well, I mentioned this one, TPR. It takes this out. I'm not in it. Unfortunately, I got distracted. All right, I want to go over, wow, look at tech. Oh, is he talking? Well, I don't think so. I mean, these are just volume. These are just volume lines. I don't think that's what he means, but okay, John, here is the room, okay? Like, save the link. This is how you'll get into the room every day. You have to save the link. Wow, Atra. All right. So I might have missed the TPR, but this is turning into a great short now, guys. This was a little early on the first short. Luckily, I didn't take the long. Yeah, look at NKLA. Wow, this is just getting beaten up badly. I mean, here's a level right there that if it broke 2885, all right, let me go over the AI a little bit, okay? So, our artificial intelligence, Holly, if you have our premium service, and I just want to explain what happens. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized once the market closes. So the AI has access to the latest market data, runs through an optimization procedure. You know, tech is strong, so very strong. So it runs through an optimization procedure. And once that is done, you were then presented with the strategies that made the cut. So last night, that's what the AI did. These are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut because they have the right proper win percentage and profit factor combination. If you have our premium service, this is how I would recommend you watch the alerts as they come in. Just click on new and AI/Holly strategy trades window, not this one, but the trades window. When you do that, you'll be presented with a box like this, and there's an entry, there's a stop, and you basically manage the trades as you see fit. You can also, what I would do is, once you have this loaded, just incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, you can have it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. Oh man, this is... Anybody, William, did you get this short of Atra? Thought that would have been right up your alley with that little nail up here. No, wow, okay. I love the shorts just under whole numbers too. I can put a whole number stop, so I can have usually a fairly tight stop. You know, you can take a few shares, and if it works, man, does it ever work. Anyway, so that is basically the AI. And as I say, you manage the trades as you see fit. I use it as a watch list all day long. I have a certain price range that I like to trade. It doesn't have to be your price range. I kind of like the ones under $20. I use it as a watch list. Now I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To load the Brokerage Plus window, click on New from the toolbar and Brokerage Plus. This is only available with the download, the app. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Once you have this up, you can use it in one of two ways. You can connect it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect it to your Interactive Brokers account. And then you can trade from within Trade Ideas using your Interactive Brokers account. You can set up things like what we call one-click trading. I'm going to give you a video that is going to explain a lot, virtually everything you have to know about how you can use Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade. This was a dog. This was not shortable, unfortunately. I know it had a nice little pop from the 1025. I got up to 1080, but I said, boy, be very careful with this one. Too whippy. All right, now the second way to use this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulation trading mode or paper trading mode. If you are new to trading, please plead with you to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. We've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you've got. So it uses our real-time data. And it's very, very simple. So you just have to connect to the simulator. And you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell it, and if you're going long, you buy it. As a trade, just to practice, to show you how it works, I'll take a couple hundred shares of Tapestry. And the spread is a penny, so I can buy it right at the market, not a big deal. Okay, so it just took the trade, 16.25. It's a standard feature if you don't care about auto trading anything. So if you just want to, what I was explaining here, setting up one-click trading, things like that, then you just need our standard. If you wanted to have your own strategy, you wanted to auto trade it, then you need our premium service. But most of you, the standard is fine if you're just looking to use Brokerage Plus to trade your IB account. All right, now we can put a stop in, okay? I always have a stop, of course, and so, maybe my logical stop should be around that 16 mark, so I'm just going to right-click, add the stop order, And I'm just going to type in 16. And you'll see that it appears right on the screen. $50. So if the stock moves down to 16, I will lose $50 in simulation mode. Of course, all what I've done, you can do using your Interactive Brokers account. I can put a target if I want. Add a target order. And let's put 16. I'm just going to make one up, 1670. I just want to show you how it shows up on the charts. There you are. So I've got two lines here now, two red lines. So if the price went up to 1670, it would take me out for a $90 gain. If it went down to 16, it would take me out for a $50 loss. These lines are now movable. So people are always asking about trailing stops, and this is what I would do. I would move the stop right on the chart. Set of some artificial number, like a 1% or 0.5% or a 10 cent or a 20 cent, some number you're almost making up. Why not use this line, and you can move it to areas that it makes sense on the chart. If you see an area of support, again, let's say the trade is really working well, you can keep moving this up and up and up to areas of where you think support is. And so if it broke down through support, you'd want to be out of that trade. And the same thing with the target. If it's approaching the target price, you don't have to get out. You can move this up and down also. Okay? Now, you don't have to use the lines on the chart. Of course, you can just go and do it manually. So if I want to, sell 50 shares, I pick the price I want to sell at and just sell it. I can, if I want to get out of the trade, these are hotkeys. I can flatten to get out of a position. I can get out of half my position, or I can double it. All right, so I would encourage you to use the simulator. Practice, practice, practice. Little bit of a move. But check, it's just super strong. Can't do it, JB. We don't allow pictures, sorry. Yeah, because it's a free room, you never know. I think you let your imagination run, so you never know what could be presented. So can't allow it, sorry. Yeah, this CKPT is just running away here. Oh, I see. You shorted it. Oh, this one, BFRA. Forgot about this one, This was this stupid one that went up to $55. I mean, it was just crazy. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of the AI alerts. There's still one that is of interest to me, the one that starts with the letter S. Well, guys, I mean, tech is still strong. I mean, it is not, as we know, it's taken out that 1288. The next high looking left on the monthly chart, I think it's 1440. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, this is super strong. Yeah, well, Marty, we don't recommend auto trading. If you're talking about auto trading, like letting it go run fully, we don't recommend it. Okay? So if you're just talking about turning the AI on in the morning and auto trading it using the exits, we don't recommend it. We recommend a sort of a man and machine combination. And how you handle it. So that's why it's a difficult question. You know, can you earn a living? Well, it depends on how you handle the trades. I mean, everybody's different. It's discipline. And I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Yeah, well, I mean, well, it's one day. You have to listen. You have our premium service. So you obviously have our premium service. So I mean, if you're running the simulator, you can. I mean, I'll let you be the judge. I mean, today maybe you're up. Run it for another couple of months every single day and auto trade the AI and see what your results are. Yeah. So John, yeah, I mean, what the exchanges you can right click, but just to let you know. But here are the exchanges, so you can just click Toronto, Venture, and the TSX. Okay. I'm going to give you a little, well, very short paragraph to read about how we handle the Canadian data. I'm going to put that in the tech support. This is sort of a standard thing that I send out to people who are Canadians who are looking. I'm going to put it in the tech support area. Okay. So I put it in tech support. That's for you, John C. Canada. FRTA. FRTA, what are you about? So looking left on that weekly chart, 1603 is the next high. So approaching. I I never was in AGEN, Luther. That was a call from Fred in the YouTube room. I was just pointing it out to people. I never was in the AGEN. No. Only ones I was in was Play, FRTA. I don't understand. I don't see. All out of it now. Again, because it was so close, that whole number, tight stop, can take fewer or more shares, and if it works, man, it really, that's the beauty of a tight stop when it does work. Are you talking about here the basic new highs and lows? Again, I think we went over this yesterday. I mean, I may have changed the. You may still have 60. I changed it to 45. As I've said, you can download these and then you can customize them as you see fit. So that might be the difference. Probably is the difference. Because originally I had it at 60, the count. That's my guess if you right click. Did that a long time ago. Actually, I didn't change it on here. I was going to do that last night. I forgot to. Yeah, I'm going to change this to 45 also. So I was. Yeah, guys, this is all the scans that I share. They're what I call templates. So if you right click, if you decide you want to see my basic new highs and lows, and you right click and you click on configure, and then you look at the summary, you'll see what I'm doing, the filters I'm using. You might have a completely different idea about a price range or a minimum volume amount, or even the, how far up or down the stock has to be. You can of course customize it as you see fit. This is what I like to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. So it's a template for you. I wish this got a little closer to 16, or yeah, 16, the FRTA. I don't think so. I think, well, let me see. Oh, you're right. Yes, it does. It is 30. Yes, you're right. Boy, this is an interesting one to look at as short. I mean, it's getting so close to this resistance area of 14 STNG. Tech is starting to flatten out a little bit on the 5-minute chart. Still has room to run if it wants to. Now I understand why you are putting question marks for statements. To get it in blue, now I get it. On Holly and Neotabs, what is that 4/2? Okay. Why are you looking at the channel bar? Well, first of all, let me see if I can find it here. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, JB. I honestly don't pay any attention to all this. I mean, as you know, I just like to look at this and sort on the aggressive profit and follow the ones that are moving all day long as a watch list. So I really don't know. Hey, welcome, Rocky. Found the site through the word. How can I utilize it? So when you say how can I utilize it, are you talking about like utilizing the room itself, or how to use trade ideas? So you're also new to trade ideas. It's not just new to the room. You're new to trade ideas. Okay. What I would do, number one, is take a look at this link. It's 20 short lessons. Okay, covers just some of the basics: how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, things like that. Okay. I don't know if you know how to do that right now, but I think it's well worth it. Now, what you're seeing, what I'm displaying, and I'm sharing what I'm sharing a lot of scans. When you logged into that room, into the YouTube feed, well, I have two going in case you don't. In fact, I should give you the other link for the other room. It's more robust, a lot more traders, a lot more activity. And so what I display, I mean, these are ideas, okay? Basic new highs and lows. This is my channel, okay? If you click on new from the toolbar, channel bar, and then my watch list. This is what you'll get. Just these three windows plus a couple of charts. It's a layout, so if you do that, make sure that you save, if you have a layout already, make sure you save it to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you come into well, you can stay in the YouTube feed, but I mean, we're just discussing opportunities all day long. You know, everything you see here does not mean we'll take the trade. It's just a matter of, okay, FRTA. As I said earlier, well, for me anyway, I am, you know, my bias on this one is to short it, but I wanted to get closer to 16. It just didn't do it. You know, as an example. You know, I'm not going to tell you, I don't tell people what to buy or sell. You know, I throw out ideas, and it's pretty obvious some of the things I get into because I'm, you know, if you see me putting price alerts, typically that means I'm either in a stock or waiting to get into a stock. But I definitely talk about it. So like the FRTA, if this got close to 16 somehow, you know, I'd be very interested in shorting it because I'm looking at that weekly chart. To me, it looks like it could stumble there. A couple of reasons. There's the high, also a whole number. Can be tough psychologically to get through. But if you cut, you know, there are all sorts of different trading styles in the trading room. All right, guys, moment of truth for me on this FMCI. Do I take some and just hold on for a month? Just as a, I mean, this is super strong now. Let's see what it does. Ah, you're more than welcome. You don't need a mic. You can't talk. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that can talk. So, well, I have traded this. I mean, I have traded it fairly well, actually. FMCI. I've held a couple of times overnight. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Real. Ah, now, who was it? Somebody mentioned this one earlier, CIDM. It was under $1. Yeah, what's the float? 34 million. So it's not super low, but it's not certainly not high. Lots and lots and lots of volume. Largest shareholder converts $15 million of convertible, so it's sort of some kind of a bit of a financing deal. And it's through the 200-day moving average. And it has room. I mean, yeah, it has some room. Well, I was hoping I'd like this to get closer to 16. They're right up here, you know, FRTA. I mean, it may stop now and go up, but I'd rather seek it closer and closer to that 16 level. So, for instance, you know, let's say it gets up to 16 and it comes down to 15.90. So I could take the short there, put a 10-cent stop, and see what happens. As an example. Yeah, I mean, Rocky, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, I mean, yeah, I would encourage you to look at those 20 short lessons there. It's not video, it's just text, but just some of the really basic things. I mean, how you can create your own scans. Whoa, this is popping. I bet you, what is the spread like? Actually, the spread isn't bad. 23.19 on that alert. And see, it does have some room. What is the high? 20. Yeah, I mean, this is, well, the high looking left is 23.50. Right over here. This has had a nice run. PRPL. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's getting closer. FRTA is starting to get closer. It's making a new high here. So this tech, I think it's all to do with a mine reopening. Actually, it's not. It's so the new partners in Fort Hills oil sands mine will restart the second train and ramp up production by the end of the year, etc., etc. Partners are Suncor, SU, and Total TOT. So, I mean, that is significant news. I mean, that's not fluff news. That is significant news. Yeah, you have to. It's you can add it, but you have to have the right appendage. So venture stocks, the old venture, anyways. .cav and .cat for the big board. But again, our Canadian data. If you read what I put in the tech support area, if you read right here, this is if you're Canadian and you want to look at the Canadian stocks using our platform, it's not ideal, but I mean it's doable. I mean I'm Canadian, but I don't trade Canadian stocks here. I mean it's I just find there's just not enough liquidity. There's just not enough of them. It's it just to me it makes no sense. So again, if you add to your symbol list, and you're going to have to put, you're going to have to know whether it's a .cat or a .cav. I don't know how you're adding it into your symbol list. What broker are you using to trade Canadian stocks? Okay. So what do they use? What are their appendages for Canadian stocks? Like is it .to or like what do they use? As long as you know the distinction, you know, to what you're going to add .cat or .cav. All right, so yeah, Met Coal, HCC. I know you guys were maybe trying to play it on a pullback here. So this next high looking left, it looks like it's right there, 1812, 1810. It's almost right there. But well, you know, NLS, what is Peloton doing? PTON. Okay, it faded quite a bit. It faded quite a bit. It's still up for the day, but it really did fade. Released earnings after hours yesterday. So again, if you're not familiar with our platform, there's that mauve area in the 15-minute chart. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Nice reaction. Continued, there's the 10 area, continued pre-market. You know, drifted down a little bit. Well, once the market opened, look out. I mean, we may go negative for Peloton PTON. So it looks like these people here who were predicting a short, well, not necessarily a short, but selling ahead of earnings, and I was kind of saying, wow, they weren't right. They weren't right for a while, but they're looking pretty good now, and it's dragging NLS down. All right, guys. Well, this is definitely interesting to me. As long as if PTON keeps drifting down like it is, you know, it's just dragging Nautilus down also, NLS. Well, the key here for this FMCI is if it holds its gains for the day, even if it just stopped right now, you know, okay, and just kind of flatline for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, the tapestry is inching its way up. Still has a nice potential void to fill here, TPR. This one has been okay, 23.19 on the alert, and it's sitting at 23.47. Not too choppy. How's the G triple I doing? Oh, real, I know. Oh, I know. I know. FMCI. I mean, keep an eye also. I mean, people are looking for potential swing trades. I mean, this has been since earnings, September 9th. This has been really good. We looked at this one. I mean, it has some room to the 17 mark. G triple I. Give me a moment here, please. All right, I have to put an alert here. FRTA, I'm going to stick an alert right at the high of the day around 1574. See if it starts taking that out and gets closer and closer to that 16 mark that I'm kind of waiting on. Nice, Fred. I can't remember where you first started talking about Clovis, but Fred in the YouTube feed talked about Clovis earlier this morning, CLVS. Nice move so far. Good morning, Santosh. I'll let somebody else answer that. In terms of Apple and Microsoft, I have no idea. I don't try to make predictions like that, whether things are overpriced or not, but others may have a different take. Well, I don't even have a take. No, not an alert. The 50 SMA and the 1 minute chart. There is not a way stand, no. Who's on today? I think it will be, I wonder if it's Andy. Not sure who's on today. Do I know what's going on with NKLA? Have you looked at the news, Santosh? big short seller nailed them a couple of days ago, and it's just caused lots of downward pressure, accusing them of fraud. Just have to do a search. You'll see the news. It's definitely out there. The Hindenburg, that's the name of the short selling group. Tech is still strong. I mean, this one might start to drift now, but FRTA, I'm trying to stick to my guns and waiting for it to get a little higher, but it may not happen. All right, guys, well, things have definitely slowed down for me in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. Yeah, I just don't. What do they even do? Videotape and disc rental. I guess they can't do that still. um, yeah, I mean, it's had a great move. I mean, there's no disputing the fact. 36 million. It'll trade the float today. Well, it's already traded the float today through the 200-day. It has some room to the 160 mark when you look at the daily chart. Not much more I can add. You know, I have a tough time with these really, really cheap ones. You know, until they really leave that $1 behind, I just have a tough time getting too interested. I mean, look, it's up 43%. 43%. I get it. I mean, it's a tremendous move. Approaching that all-time high, FMCI. Yeah, I mean, you need some volume. You'd like to see a big somebody's talking about the CIDM and the YouTube feed. I mean, you'd like to see some volume come in. I mean, now it's underneath $1. Just be careful. If you haven't taken it yet, I personally would wait for it to break $1 again. Maybe get up to $1.06, $1.08 or so. If you haven't taken it yet. You know, the minute this starts dropping below $1, you get a lot of traders who are just get very disinterested and say, okay, that's it. Nice volume coming into TPR, guys. One moment, please. MNRL. The short scan? To me, that would have shown up on the long scan, like as a bounce. I don't have that. I only have the short opportunities. You're talking about as a bounce. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I mean, the volume is just tailing off, until the volume started to pick up. I really don't know what to make of it. I mean, it had decent volume at the beginning, but the volume is just completely tailed off now. So it may not do anything. Is it negative now? The answer, not quite. Okay, I thought it might have been even negative now. Yeah, that is a huge fade, guys. I mean, that almost, well, it wasn't almost, it was over $100. Just over 100 pre-market, 182 looks like. So it's a $12 fade so far. I am surprised with the Nautilus though. I thought the Nautilus would, NLS, I thought it would keep moving down with Peloton. Yeah, well, we've seen that in the past, Calvin. Yeah, sometimes it's confusing. I know what you mean. I mean, typically, a financing, the price gets thumped a bit, certainly below the financing price. But we've seen enough now in the last year or even 2 years where stock does or a company does a financing, and it, for whatever reason, it trades way above the financing price. It's all, I suppose, how it's structured, and if investors think, okay, we don't mind the reason why you raise that money for all the right reasons. It's hard, you can't know ahead of time, of course. Well, guys, I mean, the FRTA may keep drifting. Yeah, I really think it's a matter of, especially, if it's a bio and they've got some really promising drug in their pipeline, and they come out and say, okay, guys, we're raising this money because we really want to either ramp up something. So for all the right reasons. So investors can look at that, okay, I'll give you that. CMRE. for what, for a short? I mean, it's got, looks like it's got a lot of resistance right now on that monthly chart. Awful looking weekly. I mean, look at all these. I mean, I just sort of run from these charts, guys. I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. They're all over the place. Now, it looks like it could be coming into a resistance area. Just looking at, yeah, I mean, just looking at all this, looks like it could be coming into a pretty good resistance area right now for CMRE. I'm not in this one anymore. Atra, another leg down. Yeah, I'm not a great pullback player. I mean, that's a big pullback though. I mean, what did it get to? 16.15, 15.22. You know, I mean, Real would say, I believe you would say that anything over a 3-bar pullback is anybody's guess. You know, you like to see it maybe a 3-bar pullback, and then it runs from there. I mean, this is pulling back pretty severely. Severely. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have a test drive this year, WCC. To be honest, I don't know if we'll have one. The SPAC, SPAQ, Real SPAQ. I was asked about you know, getting in on a pullback, and to me, this is just pulling back way too much. I mean, you may guess that this is the bottom, but to me, that's just pulling back way too much. Ah, look at the Atra now. Son of a. Somebody's asking me about PRTK. So when you look left on that monthly chart, it looks like there's pretty good resistance around 650 or so. So it depends if you're looking at longer term. That's what I'm seeing. If you're looking intraday, well, it's, you know, it's pulling back as long as it holds 6. But again, for me to get into anything like this, you need volume. You need some volume to come in. I mean, the volume is just declining right now. You need a volume pop. It's a relatively low float, 40 million in the float. I mean, it's had a great 3 days, no question about it. Great 3 days. 2 days ago, that was a $4 stock. No, I don't know. AMD is pretty choppy, you know, to try to find a support area. I mean, yeah, you know, for me, this is just way too choppy to try to really, I mean, okay, you could argue that, you know, on the weekly chart, there's a couple of lows around 76. Maybe that's a support area, but it's pretty choppy. You know, this is not the type of chart that I would look at and want to trade. I think you're kidding, right, JB? Yeah, okay. Well, I got another one. I mean, it's pulling back. It's only a 3 bar pullback on the 15s. Not a low float, 45 million. Lots and lots of volume today. I don't know. Was there news on it? Again, I look at the monthly chart. It's so choppy. It's just excuse me. When I say choppy, I'm looking at all the topping tails and bottoming tails. That the weekly chart, topping tails and bottoming tails, never seems to be able to hold. The highs of the day, near the highs of the day. Always a sell-off. I mean, look at yesterday. You look at the day before, the day before. It doesn't have to be, end up right at the penny of the high, but you'd like to see something that, imagine this was a daily chart or a daily candle, at least something that's near the high of the day rather than all these sell-offs all the time. I just find that it's just too hard to, try to figure out what you might want to do. I think I don't know if you're talking about intraday or holding this for longer term. Oh, I thought you were kidding on the holding. As you know, we don't offer advice like that. I mean FMCI. I'm sort of somewhat enchanted by it. I don't know why, but I am. And the FRTA. Well, I thought you were. I thought you were just kidding, knowing that I don't. We don't talk. We don't. I'm not ever going to say yes. I think it's a good long-term hold or. I mean, again, I look at this one, choppy, 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 choppy. All right, Hennessy. This is romping right now. Another SPAC. HCAC. Another SPAC. But when you're talking longer term hold, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's extended on the day. It's extended right now today. But I thought you were talking about a longer term hold. Yeah, swing trade. Yeah, well, you have to read all about it, okay? And Tattoo Chef, and you have to make a determination. Do you think this is going to be a great merger? That's what it's all about. Right now it's all speculation. All right, let me find out who is on in the YouTube feed today. So I was saying, I mean, the FMCI is a difficult intraday trader. You know, it can have wild gyrations intraday. All right, now I want to see if this Nielsen NLS takes this low out here. I mean, it has some room underneath NLS after that pop. Boy, look at. Meanwhile, CODX, another leg up. Had a huge run in the first 15 minutes. Again, look how, you know, you see these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it can drive you crazy. But now here's another, just made a new high. Hmm. Okay. Just a minute, William. I'm talking to her right now. How far does the daily chart go back? Well, I can. I think it goes back. I mean, I'm back to. Depends on the stock really. I'm going back to 2019 here. But of course, that's why I have the weekly and the monthly. I can go back a lot further. But let me just see. Take another stock. It looks like the beginning of 2019. That's what it looks like on the daily chart. Let me do one more. No, that's not, I'm wrong. I can go back. I don't know. I never really tried on the daily chart. I'm going back here now to the beginning of 2018. No, I'm going 17, 2017, so pretty far back, I guess. I think, but that's why I have the weekly and the monthly. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break in about 5 minutes. Meanwhile, yeah, CODX. We talked about this one yesterday on the red bar ignored on the daily chart. So the trigger for this on the red bar ignored on the daily chart would have been about 11:20 or so. Hmm. Hey, William, Kelly says she did email you this morning. I'm just talking to her, well, conversing with her text-wise right now. She said she did email you this morning. Okay, she says she's going to send you another email with the account details now. But she did say she did send you one this morning. She thought she was going to do it yesterday, but again, she was on vacation for the first 2 days of this week, so she's busy catching it with emails. But she said she did. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Kiscutus, or Kis, I'm going to call you Kiscutus. Hello. The market is drifting down just a little bit, guys. What are we now? The Dow is still up. Tech is a little bit negative. SPY is up. AMRS is weakening again. Now, this looks like it has to have, you would think, some support right around the 220 mark. You've got 1, 2, 3, almost 4 weeks, sitting at that 220, you would think. Okay, well, let me, she's going to have your email. All right. Let me just pass this on to her. Tell you what, I'm going to private message you, okay? And you can give me the email. Give me the email that you use to sign up, so I can give it to her. So Kiscutis, can you? I just sent you a private chat. Can you give me the email she has so that she can look up your account? Okay, so you put it there. Okay, well okay, I'll delete it. Okay, I'll delete that right now. All right, guys, I just want to put my announcement up that I'll be taking a break until about 12:30. So I just have contacted her. Okay, so she's got your email address. I was talking with her. She was waiting for it. So hopefully something will get done today. All right. No, you cannot use Lightspeed. Okay, the only one it works with is Interactive Brokers Journeyman. Okay. If you're looking to auto trade, etc., yes, it's the only one it works with. All right, I'm just waiting for it's who asked the Drimmer. It's Andy in the trading room in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. So if you guys want to follow along while I take a break, Andy will be taking over the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. So imminent. Yeah, the problem is, Journeyman, yeah, if you want to auto trade, you have to have an interactive broker's account. Okay, so it does not work with any other account or brokerage platform right now. So, ah, oh man. So they don't have a record of that. Oh, okay, so if you have an IB account, then you can connect it to it. Kiscutis, she has no record of that email. We don't have a record of an email with that email address. Well, we need the other one then. I don't know what to say. She just looked up that email address and it's not there. Absolutely using the T. That's what I've done right there. Simulated trading right there. Okay. I'll delete that immediately. Is Andy in there? I can't see. I didn't see a post yet, Andy. I don't know if you're in there. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break right here. Andy's having trouble getting into the YouTube feed, but I'm going to take a break in this room, okay? So I'm putting myself on mute right now. right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, for those of you in the YouTube feed, sorry about that. Andy had some internet issues or trying to get into the room, so unfortunately he could not get in. So just one of those things. All right, so I had a question about changing the SMA on the daily chart. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you talking about on like a chart here, our charts? Because you can put any SMA you want in any period if you're talking about on our daily chart. But I'm not sure that's what you mean. Oh, okay. Are you talking about literally on the chart? So here I've got the 200 SMA. You're talking about literally changing that? You can do anything you want. If that's what you're talking about. You're talking about literally the line on the chart? I mean, all you do is if that's what you're talking about, then you just go to the indicators. And now I'm on a development version. Interesting. Let me see. Yeah, so I mean, I could modify it. Yeah, so the answer is if you were talking about on the chart, then yeah, you just change it to whatever period you want. Yeah, I mean, again, are you talking about the line you see on the chart? That green line there is a 200-day moving average. And so if you wanted another moving average or change it, yeah, I mean, you just modify it. Okay, the blue and tan averages line. I know that you had that question earlier. Oh, okay, okay. So you can change it. You just modify it if you want. You can have EMAs. You can have like you want to put a 17.5 SMA. You can have anything you want. So I still don't know what you mean by the blue and tan average lines, PG. Really? I'm talking. I'm surprised. I didn't. So I'm trying to answer somebody in the YouTube feed, but they're saying they can't hear me. Okay, so you guys, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me in the YouTube feed, right? I'm assuming you can because PJ, you're asking me what the 200-day moving average. Okay, okay. Yeah, so Marius, I mean, there's a problem. Yeah, it's not the typical 1 hour of tech of support. I say Andy was supposed to be in the room, but he had internet issues. So, all right. So, okay, this is the 200-day. That line there, I think that's I don't even know what that is. That's the SMA 20. That's the EMA 8. I mean, it's just, these are just, you don't have to have those. In fact, I don't even, that's a 200 weekly, on the weekly chart. That line there is the 10 SMA. But of course, you can put anything you want. This is just what I happen to use. I really, to be honest, I just look at the 200-day, and I take a glance at that 10 SMA. But it's a 200-day moving average. That for me is the big one. Well, I will wish you luck. Absolutely. It's days. Well, it's a 10 simple moving average now, depending on what chart you're using. So if you're using a daily chart, okay, so it's like saying you're asking me, for instance, if I look at let's take a look. Hopefully, I've got one. Okay, so there is the 200 period moving average on a daily chart. Here is the 200 period moving average on a weekly chart. So it's not days, hours, or anything like that, okay? All right, I see what is happening here. I'm trying to see if anything is kind of popping up here. Oh yeah, she is very, very nice. Very, very nice. All right, guys, I'm just hello there, Mike. Yeah, okay, so for the CIDM, I know a lot of you are watching the CIDM, so there's the 200-day moving average right there. It is still through it, 97 cents. It popped down below it. If I were going to get interested in this stock at all, a couple of things would have to happen. It would probably have to get up to, these near the previous highs, and I'd also have to see a big, big volume pop, like a big volume pop. So how to do that? So what I would do is I'll stick an alert, say at 107 or so. And so if I get the price alert, then I'll immediately click on it and then I'll see, okay, was there volume that accompanied it? Well, you know what I want to say. Went along with it. But without volume, and I mean, you'd almost have to have a volume bar like this. Okay, it would have to be significant. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening with fold 1316. What's yeah, this one I just don't know how dynamic it will be. I would have loved to have taken the short NLS. I just don't think it's going to be that dynamic. Look at the market. So the SPY is putting in a nice big red bar right now, guys. And so the NAS is down. Dow is still up. SPY is up just a little bit. I don't know what's propping the Dow up exactly. Snooze alert. Boy, look at KR. Here's a little, not a little one, but this is another earnings play. Vital Farms. Wow, look at this daily chart. Look at these topping tails, even a bottoming tail yesterday. Directionless, VITL. It's an earnings play. Not very much volume. Fairly low, well, very low float for a 30 odd dollars stock, $36 stock, 12 million in the float. But you would think, on the day it has earnings, yes, and I know somebody's going to say, well, it was yesterday. Yeah, we consider anything that releases earnings after hours, or sorry, after hours the day before is an earnings play today. But anyway, still not that much volume. Oh yeah, no, I've seen exactly how much it's fallen. So I'm saying and I know you were shorting it. I get that, but to me, it's just one of those frustrating. Wanted to. Somebody asked me to look at Peloton. Has it bounced yet? No, not at all. Well, what did I say? I said it wouldn't not surprise me if it went negative. So what exactly do you want me to look at it? For what reason? Other than the fact that it had a huge move after hours and this morning on earnings, and it's basically just given it all up and more. So there was like irrational exuberance, obviously, about their earnings release. But to go from a little over $100 down to 87, there's a big percentage drop. That's why I keep watching NLS to see if it can just kind of do something similar, but it's just not following suit. Well, I mean, look, it has probably devastated a lot of people. Somebody's asked me, do I think it's worthwhile for a long? I mean, what do you think? I mean, what would you think if you saw all this and looked like it was going to just keep ripping? It was over 100, all-time high, etc., etc. And then this happens. And it's not like the market. I mean, the market is fading a bit, but I mean, it's not like the market was down 1,000 points so that it was going to drag everything down. So the fact that it's had earnings and this is now the reaction, what's going to prop it? But that's my opinion. Well, Chris, you know what we're always going to say? What's your stop loss on it? You know, if it hits your stop. Now, the only thing is that with something like that that can be incredibly volatile, you may have a stop, but it may just blow right through it. So I can't, I can't tell you or give you any idea about what to do on that one because number one, it is one of these ETFs and it can be very volatile. Who knows what's going to happen over the weekend? What sort of news comes out? All right. No, I don't have my sound alerts on mute, but I'm not getting any alerts right now. IMAX. Ooh, look at IMAX. Wow, what a bad few days after a nice run up. What a bad few days for IMAX through the 200-day moving average. Noble, NBL. Well, another one of those energy stocks. I mean, in fact, I want to see what Oxy is doing. You know, Oxy to me, I mean, this is the one. I mean, if it ever gives up a nine again, it'd be an all-time low. But they're all in disarray. I mean, they're just. This is not as bad as Oxy, you know, because it has room to run down, whereas Oxy is almost at an all-time low. All right, you know what? We do not do that in this room, Noof, okay? And you have so we don't do that. Okay, so I'm just going to do a little test in the YouTube feed. So are you okay, Rod? You say maybe I wasn't talking at the time, but can you hear me now? I'm actually directing that to Marius. Everybody else said they could hear me. And listen, you may be right, Noof. You may be right, but you know it's just too promotional. You get people in here that don't that look at what you're saying and say, "Wow, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about." So I'm just going to buy it. So you are actually so Market Messiah. You're long NKLA. I'm assuming. Well, guys, I have really had no new alerts in the last little while. Time is at 12:52. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. So what time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock. So another couple of hours to go, and we wrap up this week. Here's another one of those U IPOs, TWCTU, probably a $10 IPO price. Just noticing that it started to trade 11:49, opened right here. All right, guys. Let's take a look at Atra. Let's see if it can hold 15 now. This is turned into a wonderful short. I'm not in it anymore, but let's see if it can hold 15. And I mean, it's still up for the day, so maybe it can hold 15 and rally off 15. And if it did that, you might be looking at up to that 1560 mark. As I say, guys, I know a lot of you are watching the CIDM, and I'm not discounting it. I mean, you never know what could happen at the end of the day, in the last hour or half hour. But there's just no volume coming in. All right, I'm starting to get some alerts now on the downside. Look at plural, plural site. This is straight down, and the next low, looking left, is around 1640 or so. That is close. It takes that out, and it has no support. That's PS. Just give me a moment here. I'm just answering somebody. Well, okay. So Are you specifically when I was talking about CIDM as an example? So, I mean, look, obviously, this is traded an enormous amount. And 55 million shares, 34 million in the float. By the end of the day, it'll probably trade the float twice. The relative volume is huge, okay? So we're not talking about the overall volume. So what I'm looking at, though, is just the eyeball test. So yeah, there's still trading a lot, but not relative to these previous candles. So that's why I was saying I would put, if I wanted to trade this one, two things. I would want it to get to this level here, about 107. So I put a price alert. If it hits that price, and I then click on the alert, and then I'll see the volume. This will be in relation to the previous ones. So if I saw a nice big volume bar, it doesn't matter what the actual volume is, I want to see something that in relation to the previous ones, is standing out. Okay, so that makes sense. Who asked that question? Gypsy. And let's, by the way, guys, I'm getting a little lax here. Anything that is not 100% stock related, in other words, a specific stock with a symbol, let's take it to the off topic, okay? I 100% agree. I mean, bounces, you don't have to have the market necessarily going green on you, but you don't want it to go completely against you. Anyway, why are you playing bounces? You're not a bounce player. Oh, Will, no, I forgot you can hear me. No, we don't have free trials. What a lot of people will do, I mean, you can take out a 1 month subscription. It's not, and for what, 118 less the 15% discount. And, if you don't like it, then you just don't, you just tell us and we won't, it's not really a subscription. Well, it is. It's a month to month. So it's not that you're tied into anything. That's what most people do. So it's not a trial. No, it's the full program. Okay, family, I'll give you the link. This is the trading room link. Okay, so Marius. Let's see if we have the 30. All right. Okay, so we have a 5 day and a 10 day and a 3 month. Okay, so we don't have a 30 day as such. And what you would do, so if you want to do, so all you have to, so you use this filter. So if you added the filter, actually I'm wrong. Just a minute. Yeah, I think that requires a custom formula of some sort. But I would just use the relative volume. Just use the relative volume and put a pretty high number. You're going to know, I almost guarantee, it will be, a significant change from the 3 month average. I mean, that's why we have that relative volume filter. Now it's moving. I've lost sight of it. The NLS, I've been trying to follow it all day. Now it's starting to move down along with the PTON. Sugar. Okay, guys, I have to do my video now. Wow, it's 105. Yeah, I have to do my video now. So I'm going to have to put myself on mute, do my video, be back no later than 1:30, probably earlier, as long as I don't have any technical issues. Well, you know what? Okay, second here. And if you want to follow my, subscribe to my video, it's free. So if you click on my home page, if you click on my home page right there, you will see one of the options is to get rid of this, is to watch the daily market recap videos. There it is, so you can subscribe to it. So I'm going to do my video right now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I do see that the FRTA tried again. I keep waiting. Maybe it gets closer to 16. This may not be dynamic enough, though. Anyway. Boy, Atra is it did not bounce. Atra is putting in another low here. Looks like it wants to keep drifting down. Look at that topping tail for Atra, ATRA. All right, little SPAC here, guys. TRNE, little pop, little pullback, little pop, some volume coming in. I forgot to put. You got to remind me, somebody, to put that basic new highs at 12:30 in here. I forgot completely. So what happened here? 852. So nothing there. No, there's the warrant version. 527. So actually, it's a good thing we didn't see these. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, you know what? I mean, as this market keeps drifting down, even though these basic new highs, basic new highs, no repeat here, these are usually smaller stocks that don't really care what the market's doing. I don't know about today. I mean, we'll have to wait and see again to see what sort of alerts we get, but right now, pretty tough as the market is starting to really give it up. And we're now 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're an hour, another 4 minutes for this candle to close. Straight hour of moving down with the start. And the start was at probably the biggest red candle of the day. So My guess is that none of these have held their gain. Now this one, of course, that's a crazy one. Now this is an interesting one. Murphy Oil, M-U-R. I mean, just under the whole number. I mean, look underneath. No real support. Well, that's it. Oh, I see. Murphy Oil was down more than 10% yesterday. I actually just tried to take a short of Murphy Oil, M-U-R, and they would not fill me. So even though it's not down 10% today, it was down 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule is still in effect. And I sat there for a while at 991 and they just wouldn't fill me. And I thought, well, why? And that's why it was down more than 10% yesterday, obviously. So could not get the fill. Yeah, now I'm starting to hear some sound alerts, and it's all on the downside. PGNY, as the market continues to drift, PGNY just took out the 200-day moving average. Also, PGNY. Yeah, another one. I thought I would take this short. I know it's extended, but near the whole number, there's no support whatsoever for it. But again, another one that I just can't get because it's down 10%, or more than 10%. CRBP. Maybe on that little green bar ignored. Well, that would have been nice. Trying to get it right up in here. Anyway, that's the problem with trying to get shorts on some of these ones that have been devastated. You just can't get them, even if they're available. Oh man, airlines. I'm sure what's jet? Well, I'm sure they're all. Let's take a look at jets. Look at jets, guys. ETF for the airline industry. That's our other favorite one doing. Yeah, and CLH. Boy, there's some. This is really bad for the market. This is looking really not good. Let's take a look at the SPY again. Yeah, so it was definitely an interesting day yesterday. We had the bottom and then the sell-off at the end of the day. Now this is continuing. Well, if it's key, then it's just below it. Meanwhile, FRTA is just trying to make another new high here. What do they do? Concrete manufacturing. I'm surprised it's holding up this well in the face of this. I really am. Shoot, I could not get this Murphy oil, MUR. Guys, I'm finding this sort of fascinating. FRTA just made another new high. With the market doing this, I would have thought it would be, kind of tied to the market. Ready mix concrete manufacturing, where are they out of? Now, this is not making any sense to me. The FRTA just made another new high. Does this have anything to do with maybe, I don't know, weather, hurricanes, things like that? I know this is a Texas company. Precast products, water pipe. I mean, it's to me, it's very interesting the fact that this is doing what it's doing. Border wall building. You got to be wary of this though, guys. I mean, look at this move on no volume. Absolutely no volume kicking in. Thing is, I don't know if he's kidding. It's, look at this BFRA, not shortable for me anyway. Oh, see, he wasn't kidding. I didn't think so. No, that's okay. Well, okay, I'll stick an alert right at the top here. 1596, there at the top here on that weekly chart is 1597. My only issue is that, wow, it's a low float too. 18 million in the float. I'm surprised it's been so kind of steady, I suppose you could call it, for with 18 million in the float. Okay, this is another little earnings play, such as it is. Grow. Yeah, I'm certainly not. I'm not going to take anything. I mean, I'd love to. I still love to take this short of FRTA. Got to see what it does right there. 1597. What a day it's had, though. I'm not even going to try. I'm sure I won't be able to get the STCA down so much where I want to get it. Well, the Magic 16. Are you going to take it out? Yes. This is the FRTA. All right, guys. It's a bit of a spread issue, but I did finally take that. I put a very tight stop on it, the FRTA at 94. So if it goes up to 16 again, I'm out for a 6 cent loss. Just want to see if this has a drop in it. Then 1594 on the FRTA. Short, of course. If it gets right there, I'm out. Ah, it looks like it's. Well, big indecision here. Look at this. I mean, topping tail and bottoming tail in that 5 minute chart. Big indecision. Volume is coming in. Is it going to drive it down or is it going to drive it up? Looks like it's going to try to drive it up. The spread widened a bit here. Just want to see if it get the ask to get down to closer to the bid. Just watching it, guys. It's just want to watch this FRTA to see if it can get back into the low 80s, high 70s, or if it takes out, gets back over 16. I'm definitely out. Well, at least it's entertaining me. Yeah, I don't know if it's a lifetime. Well, we don't have it as a lifetime high. I'm just looking at the lifetime range, and it's nowhere. It's about halfway, so I'm not sure what the deal was. Sorry, guys. Well, there's not much more happening for me. I'm just waiting on this to see if it can get into even like the 70s or something. Give me an extra topping on my pizza tonight. Well, again, this would just probably be a little scalp anyway. Okay, at this point, if it gets back up to 1594, I'm out. Yeah, well, it'll depend on where this goes, Mike. My fantasy short would be down to here, 1565 or so. If it can just, there's where I think there is good support. I don't like this. I mean, I don't like the spread now. I mean, it's going 1588, 1596. I may just get out of this. Piece it out. Another one on the way down, and actually, no, it is not a red bar, a green bar ignored. STOR coming into the 200-day moving average. Keep an eye on the STOR, guys, right at the 200-day moving average. 2754, 2755, so it's right in that area of the 200-day moving average. I mean, look at this. No new highs here. No new highs at all. Yeah, so obviously out. Good exit. Good exit. A little bit of volume coming in. Took a little loss on the FRTA. Well, now it's interesting. Take a look at this weekly chart. Yeah, somebody said 2017, so it's about 4 years ago. These levels. All right, now do we go long? This is an wow. Look at some of these candles today. Look at this topping tail for ZUMZ. Look at this topping tail. It's an earnings play all the way up here, bottoming tail down here, right in the middle now. Based not in the middle exactly, but sort of a doji forming, starting to drift down. Boy, I'm just getting lots and lots of stocks just moving down. CVET, PGRE. Somebody asked about a bounce. I don't know. I don't think so. Not anytime soon. PGRE. IMAX continues down. That's STOR now is still right at that 200-day moving average, but this looks weak. Underneath now the 200-day, the actual data point for the 200-day. Before Rio says it's an area. You should be excited about shorting stocks. If you don't going to short stocks, I don't know what this market's going to be like in the next couple of months, but and shorting tops. I mean, it's something I really concentrated on before, but okay, guys, give me about. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. Okay. I mean, I have one of them is called the Bouncers Toppers. Okay, so those are stocks, and it's one of the scans I'm sharing. But anything that is, you put it maybe at a high RSI. There's not just one scan. high RSI, meaning, highly, maybe in theory, overbought. So if you're looking to short some of these ones that are topping out, but you could try the bouncers toppers and take a look at the bouncers. Sorry, the toppers will be the ones in, I believe, yellow or orange. If you load it. It is a red bar ignored. You're right. It is a red bar ignored. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I trust you, but I don't want to set a precedent. Okay, so I will be back. A couple of minutes. Well, give me a couple of minutes, okay? All right, guys, back. Okay, so Todd, I don't have, what I do is if you click on the scans tab right here, click on the scans tab, you're going to see a lot of the, I'm sharing a lot of scans here, all right? So basically, it's up to you to pick and choose which ones you might want. So, you know, these are three of them right there, the new highs and lows, okay, no repeat. There are three of them right there. You can also, now these ones, these three up here, can only be accessed from the channel bar. If you click on new, channel bar, and then my watch list, it is a channel, okay? So remember though, before you do that as a new subscriber, before you do that, make sure if you have a layout already, make sure you save that layout to the cloud because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. The other way you can do this is if you click on the room drive icon and where it says scans that I share, you can download and then that'll go to a Word document and all the links. Then you have to do, if you see something that you might want to look at and try, you just have to copy the link and then file load from cloud. And if you've copied the link, it should show up right here in this box, and then you just load it. Okay? So I do make people, well, do a little bit of work. The reason I do that is because I would never want to have a layout with all those scans in it. I mean, it would be crazy. So I've created a lot of different scans, and some hopefully the way I've named them, labeled them, makes sense. You might look at that. You might look at one of them and go, yeah, that looks interesting. Should try that, see what it's all about. When you load it, all you have to do then is right click, configure, and then summary. Then you'll see what filters I'm using. And you, of course, can modify any of those scans. You might want a different price range as an example, or a different minimum volume, things like that. You can always customize all the scans that I'm sharing. The other thing I would do is, before you get too far, is I would, just a second. I'm just going to put this link in here, and it's the 20 short lessons. If you're a new subscriber, I would absolutely take a look at these little lessons, okay? It's all text-based, but it goes over some of the very basic features of trade ideas, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, so if I click on this, here's the download channel bar. What is it? Track your favorite stocks, top list, build a top list, on and on and on. So they're very, very quick. It's all text-based, okay? Price alerts. So I would encourage you to take a look at those videos. I'm sorry, I keep saying videos. They're not videos. Okay, so Gypsy Trader, you're in the room. So can you not see, can you see my pointer? My mouse? It's room drive. It's the icon. It's right beside, I don't see it. I don't know exactly what you guys see. But can you see my pointer, hopefully, and it's pointing right at the room drive? It's within the trading room. You just click on it, and there it is. Okay, great. another energy player. DCP, just getting beaten up. All right, you're making me look at the CIDM. Yeah, listen, if it gets volume, but you know my whole idea. I mean, the volume would have to be something like this, in my opinion. Something like a bar like that to get people really interested in it again. In it again. And listen, it could happen at any time. That's why I've got my price alert set up here, and then if it happens, but it has to happen. I think that if it did take out these highs, my guess is that it would be on some volume. But I will not take that trade unless it has volume. Yeah, I just see this big yes. Well, even on the fives, we've got these three in a row topping tails, and especially that one. But there's a bottoming tail, so I think there's still a little bit of indecision. Depends, look at the volume. I mean, if the volume is drying up right now, but that is a very very nice looking topping tail, way up at 1637. I think it would have to take out 16. The bottom right there, 1609 or so. But yeah, and you know me, Vicky. I mean, if it doesn't, it could bounce around just over the whole number though too. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have read more carefully. So you've been a standard subscriber before. You're just a new pro subscriber. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, then you know how to do some of the basic stuff. Yeah, this is choppiness, boy. Yeah, the Dow just went positive again. Well, this is sort of an interesting one. WVE. Look where it is. WVE, the high of last week was 1360. It's almost there. Now, does this turn into a short? You cannot take this out. Volume is coming in. I don't have. This is nothing special. Are you sure if you elongate it somehow? Yeah, like, we don't have a minimum or anything. This is not a special single stock window that I've got. I mean, I can actually give this to you and see if you can load it. There are no custom formulas in here, so I mean, it's actually part. Oh, you did. Oh, but you did you try mine? See if you can load mine because it's nothing. Yeah, I'm on a development version of the software, but it's got nothing to do with that. Are you planning a trip, John? Hi guys, I'm just going over some posts. Well, it's okay, guys. I mean, the volume is starting to pick up on the 5 minute anyway. It's starting to pick up a little bit here for CIDM, and it's almost a red bar ignored. I don't like that topping tail because it's outside the body of that green candle, but you know, see, the volume is starting to pick up. It is starting to pick up, yes. But still not on the 15. No, I'm not biased against it. I just need that volume. Well, it looks like WVE stalled right there, 1360-ish or so, 1362. What did it get up to? Got up to 1354. It stalled. Look at this 15-minute chart for tapestry. One, two, three, four, five, now six. Look crazy. Little dojis, topping tail, bottoming tail in a row. Well, guys, ask me questions. I'm starting to do fade a little bit here. So there's that green bar on the SPY. Now we're, you can just see that if that red bar, if it takes out the lows here, not necessarily that one, but if we do take out the lows here, look out below. For a while anyway. Probably Vicky, actually there is. I mean, but now when it's going to happen, I don't know. But complete revamping of the AI. With different types of stops. Complete revamping of it. Michael is working very hard on that with our other with Dave May, the other the programmer we'll call him, and it's a programming language and all. So I think, in fact, we're going to be we as in. I think I'm going to be able to test some of the strategies maybe next week. Oh, I don't think so. No. The other thing is that a lot of people have been asking for the calendar, so that when it won't interest you, Vicky, probably, but for other people, so you can keep track of all your past trades in the simulator. Oh, and also if you're using Interactive Brokers, if you're actually using this to trade your account. So that calendar, that tab is already there. We're just waiting. I don't know what we're waiting for exactly, but so I think a lot of people have asked for that. But I think the biggest thing will be, a revamping of the AI. I have no opinion of them. I've never used them, so I really can't comment on them. Maybe others in the room if they've ever used them, but I've just never used them. 4 old files in Room Drive. So I don't know what you mean. So I have some links here. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean when you say you can only see 4 old files in Room Drive. What do you mean by that exactly? Yeah, I mean, I've had no experience with them, so I can't comment on those candles. I mean, I'm aware of them. So are you talking about here? Like these files here? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't. There's no, in my opinion, there's no point in overloading them. I mean, here are all the links that I've got. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Channel bar descriptions, my 4 rules for swing trading, and people have asked about Canadian data. I mean, it's not meant to have like 100 files in here. Well, that is sort of something that we are looking at down the road. Okay, KJ, it's been brought up many times. You know, can you input your own symbol and have the AI kind of take a look at it? But listen, I don't know when that's going to happen. Okay, email and text no, but sound yes. So if you've been able to put sound alerts on alert windows, things like that, it's exactly the same format. Price alerts, just right click in actions and then just follow all the prompts and so you can put a sound alert. No text or voice or email though. No. Again, that's something that they are working on, not just here, but the yeah emailing of alerts or SMS is really not. I know we sort of say that you can sign up for it, but I think you'd be disappointed. Definitely not on the price alerts. Yeah, actually, Kodak is moving and on volume, a little bit of a volume push too. You see, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm not saying I'm taking this trade, but this is what I'm talking about. Look at that volume, and it's not so much what the volume is. I mean, it's 1.35 million. You don't have to worry about the overall volume. Of course, something like that, it's trading a lot. But look at it in comparison to, hours. Okay, and on the fives, look at it in comparison to hours and hours. By the way, Todd, were you able? That was you that asked, right? Were you able to download my single stock window and see everything? It didn't cut. I have no idea why yours was cutting off. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I could add almost as because these are just filters. You know that. I could add almost as many filters as I want. Let me just make sure I know what I'm talking about. Okay, guys. Well, is it on volume? No, just a minute. I'm trapped somewhere else. Yeah, so I just added. I mean, I just added one without any issue whatsoever. This is curling up nicely. ITCI. Look at ITCI trying to curl up here. A little bit of volume coming in. ITCI. I believe they did a financing. Oops. Financing. $30. So it's a little bit underneath the financing price. Zero. Sorry, no, nothing like that in stock. Nothing like that. LAUR is continuing. So it took out that 200 day just what at 1349. So it took out that 200 day a little while ago, and it is continuing. What does Store do? Remember, Store was near the 200 day, and it broke underneath it. So it broke underneath it, not by much. Now it's come. It has come back. No, you cannot pick a day. No, Chris. Again, we are not a full blown charting program. Okay, so I know what you're trying to do, but no, you can't do that. I mean, obviously, you can back out, say, a 30-minute chart and maybe try to shrink, but it's. I don't think it's going to give you what you want. Grow is an earnings play and it is not growing. Growing in the wrong direction. GORW. Yeah, so this FRTA is coming back. I didn't like the fact that it had that bottoming tail. Yeah, a little bit of a disjoint in the market. SPY is still down, NAS is down, Dow is up a little, up a bit. Well, now we've got a red bar ignored on the SPY on that 15-minute chart. Red bar ignored. So that might, yeah, let's see if this continues green. Well, that's because today, these are the only strategies that made the cut. Is that what you mean? These are the only strategies that made the cut. Remember, we have 50 strategies and they all go through an optimization procedure at the end of the once the market closes. So it runs through this. Well, it's a combination of win percentage and profit factor, for the strategy. So if a strategy gets optimized, runs through the optimization procedure, but doesn't have the right combination of profit factor and win percentage, then it doesn't make the cut. It doesn't. It will not be presented as a strategy for the next day. Typically, the reason I'm hedging here. Yeah, every day different strategies. Yes, typically it's a profit factor of 2 and a win percentage of 60. The caveat though is that these ones, the Holly Neos, make it every day because they're kind of on the rope. So, but the other ones, yeah, every day is different strategies because the system. Look at ITCI. I just mentioned this one is curling back. Boy, did it ever! Look at the volume that just came in. Yeah, so every day, there are different strategies. I mean, tomorrow or on Monday, that we could have similar strategies. But it all depends on how well they optimized. Yeah, if you're going to use it, this is what I would do. I would load this window here, the strategy trades all, and you access it from the from new, and then the AI/Holly strategy trades window, and just watch that one all day. Okay, you know that. Okay. Yeah, it shows. Well, there's no Omni. No, it doesn't show Omni. This is just Omni just means all three of them. That's all that meant. Okay, so when you look at the channel bar and you want to see all three at the same time, then you'd pick Omni. Okay, Omni is not a separate channel. It's just all three of them at once. I personally don't care. I don't care from where a strategy comes from. I just want to see what the alert is. I see waving dollar bills. I get it. All right, guys, we're getting closer and closer, so I'll just put my announcement in here, closing the room at 3 or earlier. Yeah, I have found that today has dragged a little bit. Well, that's a red bar ignored for sure now. Red bar ignored on the SPY in the 15-minute chart. So we're having a bit of a rally. Maybe we'll have a late day rally, even the tech stocks, because that was down about 100 and something. Now we're down 87 tech stocks. All right, guys. Well, yeah, the volume is now picking up. Now the volume, look at that. Now the volume is picking up on the CIDM. 5 minute and the 15 minute. NNOX for William. Okay, let's see. Which is yeah, it's out of the price range that I like, but good one. This is oh, you pounded that little one down. Okay. There's a nice boy. There's a really nice red bar ignored on the SPY. Now here's your area, 335. Can it take that out? That looks like the next level of resistance for the SPY. All right, guys. So as we're winding up this week, just one time, only one time, go over subscriptions, my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to a subscription page and other links. So get trade ideas. There's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. So if you click on the get trade ideas, oops. So we have a premium and a standard plan. So it'd be $22.68 a year on the annual basis, minus that 15%, or $10.68 minus that 15% on an annual basis for the standard. The big difference is the AI. You know, that if you're going to get premium, it's because you want to have access to the AI. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can have a monthly plan, $118 for the standard, or $228 for the premium, minus the 15%. The discount is only good for the first month. But if you decide you'd like to upgrade, we'll honor that promo code. Upgrading either from standard to premium or from monthly to annual. Other links. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. My daily video that I do. Look at FRTA. Holy smokes. The webinars. A lot of good training links here. The 20 lessons in 20 days. The daily support. The daily webinars here. You can sign up for them all. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And educational videos right here. Trading books and documents. On and on and on. Well, it's definitely moving. It is definitely moving, CIDM. And look at the volume. It did come in, both these time frames. Goods for the last 12 minutes. BJ, yeah, so you can, well, trade setup. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scanners. So if you click on the room drive icon, right up here in the trading room, okay, and you click on that and scans that I share, you can download and you can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? Boy, look how choppy this one was. I mean, there was the original alert at 2319. Well, FRTA is still romping here. So the original alert was at 2319. Did okay, 2319 got up to 2370 before it pulled back, pulled back, pulled back, and now look at it, right back up. It's crazy how sleepy this was for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically 2.5 hours of sleeping, FRTA. And then, then it started to move. With that little bit of volume came in here that didn't move it at all. So just because we got a volume pop here, it did not move it at all. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then all of a sudden we started getting these volume bursts, and look what happened to it. Aha, okay. Enya, what are you doing? Whoa, a red bar ignored too. Sort of, not really. That candle's a little bit above the highs of the previous candle. Also, that's ugly. Sorry. Very ugly looking daily. Too bad. Anya, yes. Not trading music, that's for sure. I'd be snoozing. So just to let you guys know, I will be changing, those of you who have saved these windows, I will be changing the name, the symbol list name over the weekend. So you'll have to load from my channel bar. And you can save it afterwards, but I will be changing the symbol list name. To what? I don't know. Well, the 20 and 20. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Lots of ideas in the docs. Any visual presentation? Are you talking about videos? Because most of them are, yeah. Well, most of these are videos. If you go to my the 20 lessons is not, yes. 20 lessons is not, but all these down here, excuse me, down here, where are you? These are all educational videos. The 20 lessons in 20 days, not, no. Actually, I just noticed here, we've got these archived now. Short-lived, guys, on the CIDM. Really short-lived. Two big topping tails, too. This does not look good. You know, in my opinion, this should have kept moving after, you know, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and getting some volume. And then you get this two big topping tails. So, well, guys, what do you think? Any other questions? Yes, no? Seattle, of course. See, well, I mean, being in Vancouver, but yeah, Seattle anyway. Yes, yes. I will. I will have a great weekend. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I'm sure you will have some questions. You load them up for me for Monday morning. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot for all the help all week. Hope everybody has a good and great weekend, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.